Yes, we're live.
Thank you so much, Frank. Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to this eManifest Advisory Board public meeting. The theme of this particular meeting is meeting the needs of the user community, eManifest program priorities and user fees for FY 2024 and 2025. My name is Fred Jenkins. I am the designated federal officer of the eManifest Advisory Board. Before we get started, I would like to take just a couple of minutes to go over a few administrative items. As DFO, I serve as the liaison between the board and the agency, and I am responsible for ensuring that the provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act are met. I want to extend my thanks to the eManifest Advisory Board for agreeing to serve in this meeting and to the public for attending this meeting. The eManifest Advisory Board is a federal advisory committee that provides independent peer review and advice to the agency on operational matters related to the eManifest system. It's important to note the advisory board only provides advice and recommendations to EPA, and all regulatory decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The eManifest Advisory Board is composed of 9 members. This includes the EPA administrator or designee to serve as the chair of the board. Our designated chair is Carolyn Hoskinson, the director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. The other members of the board include 6 representative members. These 6 representative members include 3 members who represent industry users of the manifest system to track the transportation of hazardous waste under the eManifest Act, and the other 3 representative members are state representatives responsible for processing eManifest. There are 2 non-representative members of the eManifest Advisory Board. These 2 non-representative members are appointed solely for their expertise in information technology. In our case, one of those 2 IT expert members has been appointed as a special government employee member, and the other appointed IT expert is currently a federal government employee. Thus, she is our regular government employee member or RGE member. These two expert members are speaking and providing advice on behalf of themselves and as experts in their field. As appointed IT expert members of the board, they are both subject to the applicable ethics laws. We have worked with appropriate agency officials to ensure all appropriate ethic regulations are satisfied for this meeting. Both IT experts have been provided the provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws, and they have both filed a confidential financial disclosure report. I, along with the appropriate agency ethics officials, have reviewed these reports to ensure that all ethics requirements are met. This meeting provides an opportunity for public comment. We do encourage interested members of the public to take advantage of participating in the oral public comment period scheduled for tomorrow morning. Please note that tomorrow morning's public comment period will start at approximately 10:15 a.m. If you have not made prior arrangements and you wish to make oral public comments, please let me know by sending me an email at jenkins.fred@epa.gov by no later than 2 p.m. Eastern time today, so that I have time to make arrangements and provide further instructions on how you will be providing your oral public comments tomorrow. Without having made prior arrangements, we ask that you please limit your oral comments to 5 minutes. There is a public docket for this meeting. The docket number is listed on the agenda. The docket for this public meeting is EPA-HQ-OLEM-2022-0973. You can access the public docket at regulations.gov. Just go to regulations.gov and type in that docket number. All background materials and other related documents are available in the docket. Slides of EPA presentations that you will see in this meeting are currently available in the public docket. This entire meeting is being broadcasted live over the internet. The live stream broadcast of this meeting is only available for those who have registered as a public audience attendee. Please report any technical problems with the live stream to me, Fred Jenkins, at jenkins.fred@epa.gov. At this point, I want to introduce and extend my thanks to Carolyn Hoskinson, the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, who is serving as the delegated chair of the eManifest Advisory Board. Thank you, and Carolyn.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for all joining us to talk about eManifest for a couple of days. I appreciate the board members who have committed a substantial amount of time to both prepare for the meeting and participate in the meeting, and there will be work after the meeting. So the board members very, very deeply appreciate your commitment of time to this, this important topic. And for our EPA staff who did an awful lot of work to get ready for this meeting and prepare to make presentations to everyone, I'm very grateful to all of you as well. And to everyone who is joining us today. Thank you, everybody, for being here. There was a lot of hard work that went into getting ready, and I look forward to spending a few days together. So with that, if we can go to the next slide, I will ask the board members to introduce themselves. So instead of me calling you by name, I'm hoping you can pass it directly from one to the other in the order that your names are up on the screen. So Lauren will get us started by introducing herself and then pass it on to Terry, et cetera, till folks get an opportunity to meet all our board members. So Lauren, can you start us off?
Thanks, Carolyn. Hi, my name is Lauren Ancona. I work with the General Services Administration as part of the U.S. government. I'm a government representative, information technology expert member. Terry?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Terry Bear. I'm a state representative. I'm with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. I oversee all aspects of permitting and inspections and enforcement for ADEQ related to hazardous waste. Jason?
Hi, Jason Hoxford. I work with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. I'm a state representative member for the board, and I work in the MPCA's Hazardous Waste Compliance and Enforcement Unit and use the RCRA info system, including the eManifesting module, quite extensively. Jennifer?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Hopper with the Maryland Department of Environment. I mostly deal with handler, eManifest, biennial reporting, Tier 2, and TRI reporting. I'll pass it on to Dr. Kozer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tevfik Kosar. I'm a professor of computer science and engineering at the State University of New York at Buffalo. My expertise is in the area of end-to-end data flow optimization for large-scale and distributed IT systems, and I'm an IT expert member of the board. Angie?
Angie, are you here?
I forgot to unmute myself. I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Angie Martin, a Senior Vice President with Heritage Environmental Services, representing the hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal industry and our participation in the eManifest program. Sixto.
Good morning. My name is Sixto Ortiz, and I'm an industry representative member working for WM in the Corporate Environmental Protection Group. And my primary role is to look after our hazardous waste facilities. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jackie.
Thank you, Sixto. Jackie Velasquez, I'm the Director of Environmental Compliance with NCAMP Inc. We're a software company automating environmental compliance with Tier 2 and hazardous waste rules. Before that, I've supported private industry for about a dozen years. Thank you.
Well, and now that you've all had an opportunity to meet all of our board members, First of all, thank you, Angie, for getting us right at the beginning. Somebody forgetting to unmute themselves while they're talking. I'm sure that will happen multiple more times. We've all been living in the Zoom world for the last couple of years, and I'm sure at some point somebody's dog will bark in the background. So we'll have lots of fun over the next couple of days. Thank you all for introducing yourselves, and to the public, I wanted to let you know that Sixto let us know his camera's not working. So sorry that you weren't able to see Sixto, but you were able to see the rest of the board members. Thank you, everybody. And now I have the honor of introducing, for some opening remarks, my boss, who has been my boss for the last 21 years, not that anybody's counting, but really pleased to have Barry Breen take the time to join us all today for some opening remarks. Barry, thank you so much for being with us today. Barry is the Acting Assistant Administrator for the Office of Land and Emergency Response. So turning it over to you, Barry.
Carolyn, thank you so much. Thanks for that generous introduction. And thanks for the hard work you and so many people bring to this. I couldn't possibly name them all, but I wanted to thank Dr. Fred Jenkins, who opened the meeting and who has done just week in, week out, making this happen. Things like this don't just happen on their own. It takes hard work by experienced and expert people. What fun to hear everybody introduce themselves a moment ago. Thank you, everyone, for being on the committee, this service, not just in this meeting, but in and out all the time. And I wanted to especially welcome Jason Hawksford, who's new, as I understand it. And we so appreciate co-regulators such as the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency joining in with us. Thank you to everybody. I was going to name the names, but you've named them yourselves, and so I got the joy of seeing you introduce one another. As you know, we're dedicated to the goal of maximizing the benefits of the e-manifest system. Our goal is 100% electronic manifests, and there's progress made and still more to be done on that. So thank you to you for your advice. Thank you to members of the public for joining, and those who plan to offer comments. We thank you in advance for those. And before I move off the thanking, I wanted to add in, as Carolyn did, thank you to the EPA e-manifest team. There's this wonderfully talented, small in number, high in talent and hard work team of people. Here's a few things we've done since the last time the committee met. We built, tested, and launched the quicker sign functionality. We think it increases the speed and usability of electronic manifests. That was in direct response to feedback from the advisory board. We continue to make progress on a rulemaking, what we call the e-manifest third rule. It's a final rule we're headed toward that would integrate export manifests and other manifest related reporting requirements into and with e-manifest. We've increased our direct engagement with the user community. We've resolved nearly 500 industry help tickets. We've rolled out on average an enhancement to the software about every 24 days. We've had 20 user support calls, and we've helped dozens of facilities seeking to transition to electronic manifests. So we've been hard at work, and we have some hopes for this meeting. As with our planning process in general, we need to set priorities, and we need a productive fee schedule to meet the call that Congress has placed on us. So during this week's meeting, we will be presenting our proposed priorities and our user fees for the upcoming FY24 fiscal year 2024-2025 cycle. So your thoughts back would be much appreciated. So let me end where I started by thanking state regulators, industry members, fellow federal representatives, EPA regions. Thank you all for your expertise and assistance. Thank you to the user community and the public. Thanking the advisory board in particular for your time and talent. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Fred and Carolyn, as I know our team is getting ready to present. I just wanted to share with you how much we appreciate you adding this on top of everything else you're doing. We benefit from it, and thank you for your public service. Carolyn, back to you.
Well, Barry, I will echo thanks back to you, because we know that there are a lot of issues on your plate every day, and we appreciate you taking the time to be with us. For those who don't know, much of the work that we do in eManifest has to get Barry's approval before it can go forward, and he's been a solid supporter all along. So Barry, thank you so much for being here today and for all you do to support the eManifest program.
Thank you.
So with that, I have the honor of turning over the floor to Sonia Sasseville, who is gonna take us away for the next piece of the agenda. And Sonia is the director of the Program Implementation and Information Division in the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. And if someone wants to advance a couple of slides, please. Okay, I'm just going to get going, but
Frank,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Frank, can you advance the slides, please?
Let's go to the welcome slide. So anyways, good morning, welcome everybody. Really glad to have you with us. Our division has the lead on eManifest, and I want to thank my team who have made this our 7th eManifest advisory board meeting possible. And thank you to the board and to the participants. We really are looking forward to getting your thoughts today. So let's go to the next slide. Let me begin by setting the broader context for this meeting. The Hazardous Waste Electronic Manifest Act authorized EPA to implement a national electronic manifest system, as well as to collect fees to offset the costs of developing and operating the eManifest system. So we are here today to implement the process that EPA finalized in our 2018 user fee rule, under which we revise the user fees every 2 years. Next slide, please. So in our 2022, October 2022 advisory board meeting, we reaffirmed that our #1 program goal is 100% electronic manifests. You heard it just a few minutes ago from Barry Breen, and you'll probably hear it again through the course of this meeting. Underpinning that goal is the successful management of a fee-based program that returns meaningful outcomes at reasonable costs. So today, EPA is presenting to the board how it intends to appropriate funds and set user fees for the upcoming fiscal year 24 to 25 fee cycle. And EPA will be seeking the advisory board's counsel on the agency's program cost and manifest usage predictions. So we now will turn over to Steve Donnelly to tell you more about our program and our proposals.
Before we go to Steve, let me just ask if any of the board members have any questions for Sonia before we move on. All right, let's go to Steve.
All right, fantastic. Thank you all very much. My name is Stephen Donnelly. I'm the eManifest Program Manager. I've been in this position for since 2015, and this is my 7th advisory board meeting, and I am thrilled to get going with our new board members, our returning champions, our public, both states and industry and general public listening. I'm very excited to get going. I think this is going to be a great 2-year period. And sort of broad strokes before we get into the presentation, just want to let everybody know that in general, it looks like our proposed fees are going down slightly, and we're looking to provide a higher level of service to our user community, both states and regulators. So it's going to be happy news. It's going to be a fun discussion. We're going to get a little back and forth. It's going to be great. All right, so in general, eManifest 101. So in 2018, there was a effective date that the eManifest system is now the national system for tracking hazardous waste shipments. So that means on or after June 30th of 2018, every manifest, whether hazardous waste or state regulated hazardous waste, once it has left its point of generation, the ultimate manifest, when it ends up at the receiving facility, needs to come to the EPA. That final manifest needs to be submitted to the EPA through a couple different methods. Our system, known as eManifest, is here to save time, resources, and dollars for industry and states. And this is mainly hinged on once electronic manifests are widely adopted, and that is what we are working on, and that is what I believe we are going to be getting to very shortly. And in the interim, we have reduced the needs for industry to maintain paper manifests and for individual state programs to collect manifests. So prior to the eManifest system launching in June 30th of 2018, different states had different requirements for record keeping on the hazardous waste of the hazardous waste manifest. There were different places to send it. There were different copies. Once the eManifest system launched on June 30th, 2018, the requirement was for designated facilities to submit that final manifest to the EPA eManifest system, pay a fee for that submission type, and that data would be available to the industry handlers, as well as the state regulators, and 90 days later, the general public. Next slide, please. Yes, eManifest, it is a multifaceted program. The E stands for everything. All right, we have our system development. eManifest has an IT system. There's a user interface where people can do their manifest work on a web application. And there's also data services where people can submit data from their system, their external systems, into our system using application program interface, using APIs. We have a regulatory and policy development. That means rulemakings and policies. We have a third rulemaking that is underway, and we'll talk about that shortly. We also have public outreach and communications, and this is one of the reasons we're here right now. We have a statutorily mandated federal advisory committee, as well as other public participation aspects. We have a website that is updated a lot. We have monthly webinars. We have listserv announcements. We have public comment processes for our rulemakings and our ICRs. And this is in accordance with EPA's policy on transparency and earning public trust. We also have an implementation side. So this means that, well, we have a national system, and we need to make sure that everybody that is party to this system, but whether on the regulatory side or on the industry side, knows about it, knows the requirements, and knows what they need to do, and knows about the benefits of using electronic manifests. And we also have a billing component. Like I said earlier, each manifest submitted by the receiving facility to the EPA is charged a fee, and those fees are collected by us, and they're deposited into the treasury, and we use the appropriations process to get that money to run the program. Next slide. All right, benefits of the manifest system include, we have cost savings. We have accurate and more timely information on waste shipments. We have rapid notification on discrepancies or other problems related to a particular shipment. That could mean that there's a discrepancy between what the generator signed off on and what the receiving facility uploaded, or it could be that the manifest never made it to the EPA system and someone's looking for it. The main one right here is we have our single hub for one-stop reporting of manifest data for use by EPA and the states. So there's no longer a need to say, okay, if I'm in Michigan, now I submit my manifest in Michigan, but if I'm taking it from Michigan to Ohio, who do I send this manifest to? It's very simple. If you're shipping hazardous waste or state regulated hazardous waste, you send it to the EPA and pay a fee, and we make the data available, and it's great. We also have increased effectiveness of compliance monitoring of shipments, and of course, the potential for integrating the manifest reporting with our biennial report process, which is something we've discussed with this advisory board in the past, and I believe it's something we'll be discussing with the advisory board in the future as well. All right, next slide, please. Okay, there are 3 manifest submission types. First is the electronic manifest. These are manifests that originate in the EPA eManifest system. So that means this is not from a printed stack of paper paper manifest ordered from a registered printer. This is something where a user will go into our system and say, okay, this is the generator EPA ID. This is the waste on the shipment. These are the transporters I'm using. This is the DOT script, the DOT description. They'll print out a paper copy for the truck, and then finally all the handlers will sign it electronically in the system, and that'll be electronic manifest. The two paper manifest types are data plus image upload, and the image upload. Now, these all begin with a PDF scan of the hazardous waste manifest. And the difference is when the shipment is complete and the receiving facility uploads that scan of the paper manifest, it can either be accompanied with the data that is on that paper manifest, or it could be it could not have those data fields filled out. It was image only upload. So for the image uploads, those go to a queue at our paper processing center where that data from the PDF is transcribed and entered into the system. Or with the data plus image upload, it goes into the system and that data is made available as soon as they click save and sign. There is we'll go back over it. All right, just so in general, just to sort of reiterate what we're talking about here. So data plus image upload is by far the most popular manifest submission type we have. It's roughly 85% of our manifests coming in. And then image upload is about 14.5%. And then electronic manifests, which we're trying to increase, are around 0.5%. All right, so we can continue on. All right, program update. I believe I'm still talking. Yes. All right, yes. So next slide. So we're gonna run through a quick program update of what's going on. All right, so let's go to the next slide. As I was saying, statistics. Yeah. So since through the close of 2022, we've had roughly 8.1 million manifests. And as you can see from this board, we have the majority is the data plus image upload. And then we see up here mailed paper. That was a manifest that was industry had until June of 2021 to mail in the final copy of the paper manifest. However, that was sunsetted and that can no longer be used for satisfying the regulatory requirements for submitting the manifest to EPA. So that's all we have for mail paper. And then we have image only, which is about 14%. And then we have our electronic manifest right here at 0.3. And then this was sort of we had something called QuickSign for those of you who are new to the board or new listening. So prior to December 2020, there was the way that electronic manifests were signed, where each user along the shipment, whether they were signing on the generator side or the transporter side, sort of the non-final version of the manifest, they had to go through the Chromair process, which was each user had to be individually authenticated, and they had to when they went to sign an electronic manifest, they had to answer a challenge question. They had to re-authenticate by logging back into the system and then clicking sign. We discussed this with the advisory board. It was a very labor-intensive process. And ultimately, since this was not a final version of the manifest, the board recommended that we dispense with the Chromair for the non-final signatures of the manifest, which we implemented a way to sign the non-final version of the manifest in December 2020. So we call this QuickSign, which basically means if you're a generator or a transporter or any non-final signature on a manifest, you can just quickly sign the manifest by clicking a button that says QuickSign. And before QuickSign, we were getting about 454 electronic manifests a month. After QuickSign, a significant increase to 600 a month, but that is, being honest, that is small potatoes compared to the 125,000 manifests we get usually every month. So we want to take that 600, we want to make it 6,000, then 60,000, then 150,000. That's where we're heading. That's where we want to go. All right, next slide. All right, system functionality. All right, so yes, this previous fee cycle, we've been very busy. Scott Christian and the team have been doing a lot of good work. They have one of the things that no one notices, but everyone likes is these two top items right here. We upgraded the underlying database for speed and reliability. We got a lot of data. Each individual manifest is like 270 columns of data. there's a lot going on in each little manifest. I should say the humble manifest is it's a treasure trove of data, and that data is needs to be managed properly. So we took some time off and looked at our database, and we did some tweaking. So all our people can get more data faster and better. That's what we want. And we've also launched the RCRA info status page, statuspage.io. I recommend if you haven't bookmarked and signed up to get operational status updates, please do. We'll wait till break. But this is a great opportunity. This is a great place to see, okay, if the page is not loading for you, if the RCRA info is not loading for you, either you're a state regulator or industry user, this is a good way to find out, is the system down or is it a problem on my end? We've also, based on industry requests, we've established billing services. So this allows our industry users to download invoices. We've also automated near real-time communication between agency systems. So when someone pays no one's paying the e-manifest system, they're paying the Treasury. And then the Treasury information shows up in our agency financial tracking system. So there's a big, let's say, call it a circle of fun. And this was a way, our integration with these, our integration, this automated process that interfaces with these systems has allowed for better visibility and better accountability with the financial management of the system. We've also developed and deployed an automated process to send delinquent invoices to collections. So after 120 days, if you have not paid your invoice, your manifest will be sent to the Treasury for collection. We do not recommend that. And we've also have our Tammy Tony, our billing lead, who's been working very, very diligently behind the scenes with individual sites to make sure that those invoices do not go to collections. All right. We've also, for our states, we've added new corrections processes that allows our regulators to flag and lock manifests until the necessary corrections have been made by industry. And we've also added the ability for our receiving facilities to automatically email generators to encourage them to register for the system and steward their site's data. So we got some rough numbers on this one. So since we launched that, the ability for receiving facilities to contact their generators via e-manifest to say, hey, we've uploaded a manifest to your system. Would you like to register? I believe it's something like 30. We've registered about over 400 generator sites with over 35,000 manifests. So that's been very successful. And also we have we are very transparent with the work we do. And we have some great people on the team, William Nicholas, David Graham, and we have an open source Python package to reduce the complexity of industry system integration with eManifest. And this is available on our GitHub site. Just Google GitHub eManifest and that'll take you right there. And this has been downloaded over 25,000 times. So we've got a lot of good downloads of this. And this is not saying that you need to use this to integrate with eManifest, but if you want to download this Python package and use our pre-prod to start fooling around and testing the electronic manifest workflow, this open source Python package is the way to go. Next slide, please. Oh, Lord, we have more. Good for us. All right, we've also added the ability for the paper processing center to submit corrections for data plus image manifest. We'll talk about this later, but there is a considerable concern from our state regulator and also our EPA counterparts who do enforcement and compliance assurance that the data plus image manifests have significant data quality errors. We'll talk about that later, but we do have the functionality for the paper processing center to perform data validations and corrections of those data plus image manifests. We've also updated our user interface for accessibility improvement. We've added some clear input labels. We put some more getting started instructions for our newly registered users. And we've also made it easier for our regulators to search for manifests. In addition, we've also updated reports. eManifest has got a lot of reports. So for the industry and the regulator side, we have our industry and inspector manifest summary reports, and this includes fields differentiate between hazardous waste and hazardous material on the waistlines. And, without going too into depth on this, if you would like to see the manifest data you're uploading into the system, whether on the industry side or on the regulator side, you want to see some data, we have the reports for you. And we've also updated our tools for our regulators on the on Metabase, the RCRA Info Query tool, and we've also enhanced our exportable tables. We've improved the ability for states to better manage their receiving facility lookup tables to identify whether or not a TSDF is active or not, or if they are government owned or operated. And we've also improved reporting and bulk manifest data extract for our public users on RCRA Info Web. Next slide, please. All right, so now we're done with the software. All right, so on our program update on our policy implementation and communications front, we've also been extremely busy. So we've been developing a final rulemaking to address hazardous waste export manifest and integration of the manifest related reporting requirements into eManifest. So this is specifically when the system launched, we said import manifest because they have a sort of an American TSDF, we can charge them for submitting that manifest. However, exports, we cannot charge a foreign TSDF or treatment facility. So we need to figure out who is going to be paying for the manifest when waste is exported. That is part of the consideration of this rulemaking. And also it discusses the integration of manifest related reports such as the discrepancy, there is the unmanifest waste, and there is the exception report. And also we have responded to feedback from our most recent advisory board back in October. It hasn't been so long, regarding the remote signer policy. And we'll discuss that later. But yes, so that was we put on a advisory board meeting in October 22 with some aggressive solutions for increasing electronic manifest. The board had a great response, and we're going to put into place the remote signer policy. And also, we've directly engaged handlers who are listed on a manifest and did not have a registered site manager. So this is particularly focused on the generators. So in FY22, we registered over 16,000 generators. We focused a lot on LQGs, but not exclusively. And so now 16,000 generators associated with 420,000 manifests have a registered site manager. And also, beginning in FY23, we've expanded the scope to include transporters. In the first 2 months, so I guess it's a little old, but we registered over 2,300 sites with over 115,000 manifests. And just sort of based on the 2021 BR cycle, we have 70% of LQGs have a registered site manager. And that is no small part because of the great work from EPA headquarters, as well as our regions, and especially our state regulators to get those sites registered into the system. And we've also continued our user engagement and outreach activities for all of our stakeholders. This is monthly public webinars. We have user support calls where we answer questions. We talk about the software going out. And we've also resolved issues that are encountered with the system. Our hallmarks here are we want to be readily available. We want to be very transparent with the work we do. Next slide, please. All right, and then our financial summary. So as you can see, FY21 and 22, we were collecting, we got a 1.7 million manifest, and we were collecting roughly $25 and $26 million. And then we're getting slightly more manifest this fee for FY23. And we're getting 147,000 manifests a month. And through February, we've collected 8.1 million, which is right along where we thought we would be based on our projections from our May meeting. Our March 2019 meeting? Yes, March 2019. Feels like just yesterday. And I believe the next slide concludes the program update. And I will pause for questions.
All right, this is when I get to ask whether anybody has any questions for Steve based on anything in his presentation. And by anybody, I mean any of our board members. Any questions?
This is Jennifer Happer. I have a quick question. When you, on the slide 21, and you said that EPA registered over 16,000 generators and the transporters, did these go straight to EPA, or if the state had opted in, it went to the state to approve?
Yeah. So this was done. It was a thank you for the question, Jen. This is Steve Donnelly again. Yeah. So it's a combination. Yes. So there are states where EPA is still doing user account management, and then also this is also included with the states that are through being opted into My Worker ID or BR. They are registering these users.
Thank you.
The team effort.
Great. Any other questions for Steve Donnelly? Pausing for a minute to see if anybody thinks of a question. All right, hearing no questions, then thank you so much, Steve, for that. And I have the honor next of calling on, who's next? Amanda Kohler, to give the next part of our presentation. Amanda, take it away.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Steve. That's a lot of work to be done while the Eagles were losing the Super Bowl. So sorry about that, but at least your team made it. Good morning. I'm Amanda Kohler. I'm Chief of the Permits Branch in EPA's Office of Resource Conservation Recovery. So we just went through the background and program update. And so now we're going to turn to the purpose for our meeting today. Next slide. So as we introduced in the beginning of this meeting, EPA must set user fees for a 2-year period into the future. And these fees must be set by July 1st of every odd numbered year. So for fiscal years 2024, 2025, we have to set user fees by July 1st, 2023. Because these fees require the agency to project into the future both its program costs and manifest usage by manifest type, setting user fees is both an art and a science. And so that is why we are bringing our proposed user fees to the board today, requesting some feedback into our methodology and projections. Next slide. Okay, we're on the right one. Yep, 25. Thank you. Thanks, Frank. One central decision that EPA requests consult today on is whether EPA should implement the fee pivot provision that is in our existing regulations. So when we first established the methodology in 2018, we promulgated a fee pivot that would allow EPA to shift from the marginal differentiated fee model, which is what we've been using to date to set our user fees, to a highly differentiated fee model, should the adoption of electronic manifests not reach 75% after 4 years of implementation. So currently, our electronic manifest adoption rate is 0.5%. So clearly, we are well below that 75% threshold. So the fee pivot provision is an option for us to consider, for the advisory board to consider. We'll talk a little bit more about the two models, but the key difference is the marginal differentiated fee model allocates all of the costs borne by paper manifest. So this is our paper processing center. It allocates those costs across all manifest types. If we do shift to the highly differentiated fee model, all of the costs borne by paper manifests will only be allocated to the paper manifest type. So that would be image only and data plus image. Clearly, we have a long way to go to increase electronic manifest adoption. And if you've been to any of our advisory board meetings, you can see we are trying very hard to work through several challenges and barriers to that. Most recently at our October FACA meeting, we discussed some potential policy and IT solutions. We just responded to the advisory board recommendations from that October meeting. In fact, the response should be available in the docket pretty soon, if not today. And you know, folks can go and read that. But some of the options we are agreeing with the advisory board to implement, and which will be implemented this fee cycle, include a policy for allowing remote signing of manifests, as well as supporting implementation of quicker sign. Okay, next slide. All right, proposed program priorities for the fee cycle 2024-2025. We're going to go into the next slide. Electronic manifesting remains our overarching vision. And this is because only through widespread adoption of electronic manifesting will we truly unlock the full cost savings and benefits of the e-manifest system. And this is through burden reduction, This is through integration of binary reporting. So under this vision, we have 5 key areas to emphasize during the fiscal years 2024, 2025, and I will turn it to Steve.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, so yeah, let's talk about our proposed program priorities. This is the triple P for our 24-25 period. Yes, so area 1, we're going to be increasing electronic adoption. As you may have heard, that's what the E stands for. It stands for electronic. So we're going to be focused on getting more electronic manifests. So this is how we're going to get our cost savings, and this is what we're going to be aiming at. So everything from our system development to our stakeholder outreach and engagement, that's what we're going to be focused on. Now, that's our number 1 goal here. And to do that, to accomplish that, so we're going to be looking at what's been working for our industry. What have been people using? All right. So in 2022, nearly 88% of our manifests were submitted as data plus image upload, and 90% of those were submitted via our APIs. So our focus in this period is going to be building out on those data services to send and receive quality data with our API, and this includes electronic signatures like we talked with the remote signer. Next slide, please. All right, expanding end user support. We understand that, yeah, we do collect, process, and host a large amount of data that would be untenable for states to do individually. We do know that the day-to-day program draws on the resources of state regulators to aid with user registration, application support, and as well as responding to waste-related questions. So to better serve both our regulator and regulated communities, we intend to expand the current eManifest help desk role to assist state regulators with these tasks. Better focus on eManifest. All right, next slide. Outreach. We're going to continue our outreach, but we're going to prioritize focused outreach to address a key need, generator and transporter registration. We would love them all to be registered in the system. And also, it's sort of a win-win. So engaging directly with those groups is going to increase the number of users for generator sites and transporters to participate in the electronic manifest workflow. And also, this will reduce the need for receiving facilities to mail back paper copies of the manifest for their generators. So if the receiving facility is working with the generator that does have a registered user, they can make arrangements that they can download that final copy of record from the system rather than relying on a paper mailback. There is an FAQ about that, but that is something that we do want to remind our generators and our receiving facilities about that. If they have a registered generator, they make arrangements. You no longer need to mail back that paper copy. And then I think the next 2 are Amanda, correct? Yeah, take it away, man.
Yes, area 4, coordinating with the Department of Transportation. We have heard this several times actually from the advisory board through our meetings. And so we are working with them in terms of their, I think they had put out a Federal Register notice in the summer regarding their future plans for taking the shipping papers online. So we are working with them. Continues to be, they have different challenges than us in terms of electronic paperwork and reporting. So we're working closely with them. And then the next area is, slide 32, Frank. Oh yeah, okay. Slide area 5 is the third rulemaking. So we published a proposed rulemaking in 2022 that proposed changes to incorporate export manifests into the eManifest system, as well as integrate with other manifest related reporting. Steve mentioned this earlier. We do anticipate finalizing that rulemaking in the FY 2024-2025 fee cycle, and also implementing the changes from the final rule, both in the eManifest system, as well as through communication and outreach efforts. And I think we can move on. I don't know if we want to break for questions. Maybe we'll break for questions.
Yes. So, board members, any questions on the priorities that Amanda and Steve have presented?
Again, this is Jennifer Hopper. On slide 29, you talk about expanding the end user support. Can you give some examples of what exactly this is going to help the states with?
Yes, this is Steve Donnelly. Thank you, Jen, for that question. This is something that we have been thinking of. We do understand that there's a lot of state regulator time put into the sort of the nuts and bolts of running the system, getting people either registered for their sites, helping them find their sites, doing the care and maintenance of making sure the receiving facility lookups are up to date, the transporter lookups, the generator lookups. This is one of the areas where we understand that eManifest, we can use contract and program resources to aid in the national implementation of the system. However, this is our headquarters level assumption of the general needs for how EPA can assist the states with the day-to-day operation of the system. This is why we were intentionally a little non-specific, just to get some input from our state advisory board members and our public commenters of what specifically could be utilized by a EPA help desk that could focus on assisting the states with the management of the program.
Okay,
I
thank
answered
you.
your question with a question.
Any other questions for Amanda or Steve Sixto?
Carolyn, actually, Terry Bear had his hand up first, so
Oh,
I will
I must have
defer to
missed it.
him. Yeah, no problem.
Sorry, Terry, thank you.
No. Thank you, Terry Bear, ADQ. Mr. Donnelly, on the one slide you talked about, obviously, the earlier in the presentation, the number of manifests you guys have received. But obviously, with you trying to get more encouragement of the generator transporter on the previous slide, do you have those numbers about what percentage of generators and transporters are actually registered to use the system?
I do not have those numbers, but we have someone on the team that could get those numbers for us very quickly. William Nicholas will be able to pull that down. So just to be more specific, are we looking for generators just in total, whether regardless of LQG or SQG status?
Correct. Yeah, I was just trying to understand, compared to the number of manifests, obviously the system's mostly been focused, as you talked about, on the TSD submittals, but, in moving to a full electronic, I was just wondering what was the percentage of generators and transporters that are actually, using the system for, like you said, getting the copies back.
Okay, yeah, we can find, I don't think we could say for sure, especially when it comes to the mail back of the paper copy. That would be more of a receiving facility answer to that. But we can certainly tell you of the universe of generators who have been named on the manifest that actually have a valid EPA ID that aren't an SQ or a CSQG or a VSQG. We can certainly find out the percentage of those who are registered and not registered, and sort of how many manifests they're associated with. So.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Terry. Now Sixto.
Right. Good morning. This is Sixto Ortiz with WM. My quick question is, in your discussions with FEMSA and DOT, do you have a sense of how far along they are towards implementation or some kind of electronic solution, or are they pretty far or close, and what is their willingness to maybe eventually kind of relax those requirements for printed shipping documents?
That is a great question. Let me go on mute real quick and look for my notes from our meetings, and I will get back to you shortly, just to make sure that we give you a coherent answer.
Thank you.
So while Steve is going to look at his notes in regard to Sixto's question, any other questions for Steve and Amanda from the board? I'm not hearing any other questions. That's great. We are running actually slightly ahead of schedule, I think, according to my agenda, which is wonderful. So thank you everyone for making such good progress. But I don't want anyone to hesitate to ask questions at any time when I call for questions, because we're not in that much of a hurry. We want to make sure that everybody's questions get out if anyone has any. Steve?
I do have an answer. I am not, this is Steve Donnelly. I do, this is a DOT issue and I can't say what's going on inside of her work group, but we are coordinating with that.
We can say we're coordinating with them.
Yeah, we are coordinating.
Sorry that we weren't able to give you more of an answer, Sixto, to your question.
Thank you anyway.
All right. I think next up on the agenda, if I'm tracking correctly, is Steve and Amanda again to talk about user fee background and methodology.
Yes, I will get into that, but also we have breaking news. So we have, for the previous question of the share of generators that are registered. Okay, so as I said earlier, 70% of LQGs have a registered site manager. The total share of generators that have a registered user is roughly 20.1%. And that's if you take out the 800,000 or so VSQGs, as well as the sites that are not in record info. So we have a lot, we made a lot of progress with the ones that do a lot of manifest or have a lot of waste, but there are ways to go with the SQGs. That's why we focused on the bang for the buck, which LQGs, every 2 years you're doing VR, and they mostly are, because of our work with the states and our relationship with the states, we have it was a good teamwork. All right, user fee background and methodology.
Okay, yes, so we can turn to slide 34. So the E-Manifest Act gave EPA the authority to impose reasonable user fees to pay costs incurred in developing and operating the E-Manifest system. And this includes costs related to processing paper manifests. The E-Manifest Act also directed EPA to establish the E-Manifest Advisory Board and stated that EPA, in consultation with the board, can increase or decrease the user fees to cover current and projected costs. And so that is where we are today. All right, next slide. We mentioned this earlier, but in 2018, we finalized a rule that established in the RIC regulations the methodology EPA would use to set and revise user fees. EPA has been using the marginal cost differentiated fee model to set its user fees to date. And as I mentioned earlier, this model allocates the costs borne by paper manifests to all manifest types, including electronic manifests. We did establish a second model, the highly differentiated fee model, which the agency said in the regulations that it could transition to if electronic manifest adoption rate had not reached 75% after 4 years of implementation. So that would have been June 30th, 2022. We are clearly well below that. And I mentioned this earlier, highly differentiated fee model. The difference here is that the costs borne by paper manifests are only allocated to the paper manifest types, image only and data plus image. And moving on to slide 36. Also in the 2018 rule, EPA said it would refresh the fees every 2 years with the most current projected costs and manifest usage rates. So we have to set user fees by July 1st of every odd numbered year. So the next one is July 1st, 2023. We also included in the final rule 2 adjusters. One is an inflation adjuster, one's a revenue recovery adjuster. And these were just to allow EPA to make any necessary tweaks between year 1, year 2 of that 2-year fee cycle. EPA is yet to have a need to use these adjusters, but they are there if needed in the future. And I think I'm turning it back over to Steve.
Thank you, Amanda. That was extraordinarily well put. And I will remember what you said about the Eagles for a very long time. That was harsh. That's not cool. All right. All right, so let's go through the user fee background. So this is the marginal cost differentiated fee model. Do not worry, there won't be a test on any of this. You'll be made to do it. But this is the fee formula that we've been using, that is codified in the in our regulations. So essentially, this is the one we've been using. What we do here is we have our system setup costs and our marginal costs for processing the manifest, and then we multiply that by our indirect cost factor. And basically all of our program costs are lumped up into our system setup costs. So there was at one point a system setup cost where we're paying back, we have 17 million over 5 years. That is no longer part of it. So basically system setup cost is just our program costs plus our marginal costs. And then we go through here. So these are our three major cost categories, and they're split amongst the three manifest types and based upon our estimated projections for how many manifest types they'll be getting. So that is how the marginal cost differentiated fee model works. Next slide. All right. The highly differentiated fee model is the same, but somewhat different. So for the paper manifests, it is the same as the marginal cost model we had before. So it spreads out all the costs across the manifest projection types. However, what the highly differentiated fee model does is it takes one of the program costs and shuffles it off to the it shuffles it off to the paper type manifest. So essentially, the paper center operations and maintenance cost is being paid exclusively by the image only and data plus image manifest in this model, and that roughly $6 million charge is not paid for on the electronic manifest types. So if you're just looking for a quick and easy way out of this, the marginal costs, all the costs are spread across all three types. The highly differentiated means the paper center processing costs are for operating the facility are only paid for by paper manifests. Any questions on this? Like I said, no test, because our economists did all the math on this, and we have a nice table at the end and we explain all this stuff. So there's we can discuss further, but I believe we can move on.
I'm just watching. I don't see anybody's hand up to ask you any questions, Steve. So I think you can keep going.
All right. So we have our system setup costs, which is basically the cost of running the program. So we have the EPA program costs. We have our planning, developing, and operating and managing of the eManifest program. We have outreach. We have the eManifest advisory board. We have our IT system acquisition and our contracting costs. All right, let's do a quick reminder right here. Our current user fees. So these are good until the the end of this fiscal year. So these are up till September 30th of 2023. So if a manifest is shipped on September 30th, it will still be using these fees. If a manifest shipped on September 30th, but it doesn't get uploaded to the system until October 5th, they'll still be paying these old fees. It's based on the generator ship date, not the receiving facility upload date. All right. So yeah, for our user fee factors, so our factors in the user fee method, we got our operations and maintenance costs. We have our marginal labor cost per manifest. That is how much it will cost roughly cost the paper processing center to perform the associated tasks for a specific manifest to finish it. We have our system setup costs, which are 0. We have our indirect cost rate, which is the cost of operating the system and the eManifest program that is outside of what we can conceivably consider a charge. So this is like the agency overhead for operating the eManifest system. And also the number, finally, my favorite, the number of manifests per manifest type. So we take these 1, 2, 3, 4 cost areas, and then we split them up against our 3 manifest types. All right, so let's go to our operations and maintenance costs. Let's make sure I know where I'm going. So I'm here till 46. Okay, great. All right. So this is our system-related costs incurred after launch. So after June 30th of 2018, these are our costs. So this is operating the eManifest system and the help desk, the paper processing center operation, the cross-media electronic reporting rule, the CROMAIR cost for signing the electronic manifest, salary, our advisory board costs, our travel costs, our rulemaking, and our information collection costs, collection request for costs. All right, and our total estimated cost for 24-25 for the fee period is roughly $20 million. And we can break it down. 44% of those costs are IT and 56% of those are non-IT. And let's go into our IT O&M cost summary. So in general, before we dig into what these sections actually have, we'll give you an overview. So eManifest system development is the majority of our costs. We are an agile shop. We like to build software. We like to meet our user requirements. We like to add enhancements to the system that will make it easier for all of our stakeholders to use. That's industry, that's our generators, that's our transporters, that's our receiving facilities, that's our brokers. This is our state regulator process, our state regulator partners, our general public. This is where these costs are borne out. And then we have our electronic system O&M, which is how we keep the system up and operational. These are our cloud hosting costs. These are our potential login.gov user account management costs. These are our security costs for managing getting our authority to operate. We have the salary of our IT support personnel. We have our help desk costs. We have our CROMAIR costs, which are costs that we pay to other offices in the EPA for maintaining the CROMAIR final copy of record. So the throughput cost of when the manifest is electronically signed with the CROMAIR signature, we have to store it. We store a copy of that in the CROMAIR archive. And this is the throughput cost for us basically sending that information over for them to store. We have our general expenses and working capital, which is a lot of, there are some IT services in there. There's some desktop support, mainly internal costs for operating, for allowing EPA to operate. And then we have, these are our total IT costs. So of our O&M, it's 56%. And then we have our, these are our cost areas. So we can go to the next slide. And this is our non-IT O&M costs. All right, so the big one right here is our paper processing center O&M. So the total right here is $6.1 million to operate the paper processing center for 2 years. Now, if we go with the highly differentiated fee model, this $6.1 million will be spread and paid for by the paper type manifest. So image only and data plus image would be bearing the cost of this $6.1 million. We have our non-IT FTE and SGE salary. We have contracts to support the advisory board. We have contracts to support these are economic support contracts to support our rulemakings and our ICRs. We have EPA and advisory board travel. All right, and then, all right, so we have our electronics. So we'll dive into the cost area. So if you go to if you're at following on the white paper, we are at section 6.1. So electronic system O&M. So these are costs associated with maintaining our system. So maintaining, we choose to define as keeping the system up and operational in the cloud, as well as our authority to operate. Now, the cool thing about eManifest is, like a lot of good systems, we use infrastructure as a service. So our cloud environment is scalable. So that means when more people are using the system, we have automated provisioning to get more resources automatically, so the system does not crash. So more people using eManifest, we will we'll make the pipe bigger, so more people can use it at once. And also, the authority to operate is something that is necessary for any federal IT system, and it is a result of evaluating the system security via an assessment by a third party And there is a sort of an agency internal review process where essentially the authority to operate goes up to our OLM system officer, as well as our chief information officer, that says they accept the risks with this system and it is okay to launch. So there's no such thing as a 100% secure system. However, there's we get the designation that we have achieved an acceptable level of risk, and they're good with that's as good as you'll get in the government. We've got an acceptable level of risk, and we can be launched. So we're doing this every year. So every year we go through the authority to operate process. And then for our next slide, to talk about our login.gov migration, which is a potential for this fee cycle, we have our security lead, Thomas Reeves.
Good morning. Thanks, Steve, and good morning to everyone. I'm the cybersecurity lead for Rooker Info and eManifest. The last point that Steve spoke about, talked about the authority to operate, and login and authentication are factors that go into that risk-based decision that gives us the authority to operate. In May of 2021, the president issued Executive Order 14028, and its purpose is to address the ever-increasing and ever-present need to ensure that we have a better or best cybersecurity policy. It's a wide-ranging executive order, and one element of it addresses how users log into federal IT systems, and it mandates something called multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication basically is just how we log in. It uses a username and password typically, and one additional element. You've probably encountered it in logging into banking applications, or social media sometimes uses multi-factor authentication. You receive a PIN or something similar to a PIN on your cell phone or via email. You put that PIN into the application that you're trying to log into, and then you're authenticated. It adds an extra measure of security to that process. EPA's response to how we can best ensure that this process is more secure is to move to login.gov. And it is a secure government-wide platform. And it allows users a single username, password, identity, so to speak, so that they can log into multiple government systems. So once implemented, you'll be able to use login.gov to log into eManifest, Rooker Info, but also things outside of EPA, like Social Security. If you go to socialsecurity.gov today, you want to see what your Social Security statement looks like. There's an element at the very bottom on the left side, I believe, that has login.gov, and it has a little icon. You can use that to view that information on that site using that same username, password, because you've been authenticated already. So we'll be implementing that. And login.gov is basically governed by a set of guidelines put out by the National Institutes of Science and Technology. It comes in the form of a special publication set, and the number associated with it is 800-63. There are varying needs within this publication set based on the need or the level to protect sensitive information. So the more sensitive information, the greater the need for users to provide validation that they are who they say they are. So at identity assurance level 1, a user can self-certify. We envision implementing it so that our viewers and preparers can self-certify. That means that you say who you are, it's taken at face value, you can enter the site. For the more secure elements within our system, we're envisioning implementing IAL level 2 or identity assurance level 2, which involves more identity proofing elements. It's kind of like today, those who are final submitters, doing corrections, or working with our APIs, they have to do an electronic signature agreement. Well, think of IAL2 as a corollary to the electronic signature agreement process. They will be identity proofed to a little, a slightly higher level. But in both cases, whether it's IAL1, IAL2, what we are envisioning is that this will, one, bring us into compliance across government with the presidential executive order, but it will also enhance our cybersecurity posture, make the application more secure. There will be a bit of a transition, and we understand that. We realize that. One of the things that we're planning is to do a great deal of outreach, a lot of communication as we transition. It's not something where one day you log in one way and the next day it's something else without any guidance. That's not how we tend to operate, and we certainly don't plan to do that with this application, this migration. And with that, that's our migration to login.gov. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. And this is Steve Donnelly again. And also, as we move to the next slide, so there are a lot of question marks with login.gov and how exactly it's going to be implemented at the agency, and how much exactly the cost will be associated with the account management being handled by login.gov. So this cost line item at the bottom, we have a very firm idea of what our cloud hosting and IT security assessment costs are going to be. However, this login.gov is a large question mark. And we worked with our counterparts at the EPA Office of Mission Support, and we put together the estimate for migrating and maintaining these IAL2, so the highest level security accounts, which we don't know exactly how it's going to sift out, but we felt that entering in the highest level of costs associated with managing our tens of thousands of industry accounts would be the most prudent, so we don't get caught. We do not get caught underestimating how much this could cost. And we also know that this is going to take a process for the agency to implement, and also for eManifest or RCRA Info to implement. We will maintain a lot of communication with our user community about this, because this represents a sea change for not just our tens of thousands of industry users, but our hundreds of state regulatory users, as well as our EPA headquarters users. And we certainly know we do not want anyone to be surprised about anything. So this is something that we're going to be talking about a lot. And when we find out something, we will let you know, because this impacts our system, and it is also something that is by and large out of our hands. So we will make sure that when we know, you will know, because this is a big one. And we want to make sure that this transition goes as easy as possible. All right, next slide, please. All right, system development. All right, so this is going to be a fun one. These are contracts of cost associated with the development of the eManifest system. So this is going to be enhancements for EPA system management, industry, state regulatory stakeholders, and public access to the data, and activities such as development, testing, user feedback, and other support activities for maintaining the use of the system. And to get into the specifics of what we're thinking about for the next 2 years, to get your input, we have our eManifest technical lead and product owner, Scott Christian.
Thank you, Steve. Fred, if you could, perfect. So upcoming functionality, yes, we're going to be focused on electronic adoption. Thank you all for your input on the last advisory board meeting. So as you know, we released on as soon as we got read your response, we released Quicker Sign into test. We kept it in test for a little longer than we normally would, and we released Quicker Sign on February 10th. So we're going to further enhance it, especially after we get some more feedback from users. Good news is we do have folks who have been emailing us and are interested in the Quicker Sign functionality.
Scott, I have a quick clarifying statement for Quicker Sign. So for those of us who weren't at the last advisory board meeting or don't follow so closely, Quicker Sign is allowing a site who's sending up information through APIs, through data services, to send up signature information along with their data in their JSON, or it allows them to use Quicker Sign in the app. So this is it's a new change, it's a new enhancement, but it basically allows someone to sign a lot faster than even QuickSign.
Correct. And like you said, through services, which would be key for as your previous slides, Steve.
Everybody.
Yep. And we did several outreach webinars. There's one recorded, and I believe it's actually on our website right now. So if you want to go look at it. So we'll be doing enhancements. One thing will be new industry roles. That was kind of a comment that you all had made, and looking at that, as well as a API-ID role we're looking into as well. Enhancements, based on user feedback, we plan on, as usual, getting user feedback and making it so that the system is usable towards the realities of the world. Electronic manifest rejections, this is stuff we're working on right now and we'll be releasing in the next couple of months. And it's basically just improving the logic for those manifest rejections. And then also some broker enhancements to allow more streamlined participation in the workflow for brokers, based off of some feedback we've already received. So if you could go to the next slide. So invoice management, billing and invoice management. So Steve mentioned Tammy earlier. She and Laura Collier on our team do a lot of work with billing invoices. We were emailing with our Office of Chief Financial Officer this morning about tomorrow's bills. So, as we grow, we learn more efficient ways of doing things. So automation, deletion of credits. We've already automated credits for changing of billers. And now we're looking at for like deletions. Deletions are rare. We don't really like to delete stuff. So, but when they happen, there is a credit process that we have to go through. And so we're looking into a way of automating that. Also, this is requested by you all, as well as several users in industry over the years, is an industry role just for billing, so that they can view everything in the system, but the only thing that they can do is pay bills, and then separating those out, along with like the API-ID that I mentioned in the previous slide. So that is something we're going to be working on. Let's go to the next slide. So data quality. Steve mentioned it earlier. This is a key thing that we are working on now. One thing is many of you generators and receiving facilities have been receiving emails from our paper processing center on certain data quality things. Please respond to them if you have not already, and make those fixes, especially for some of the PPC ones where they're having issues putting in those manifests. It's a small number of manifests, but still, let's get every manifest in. But with the data quality, we're doing some correction enhancements. Steve mentioned in the previous cycle, we did a corrections request. And from that, the users were like, well, we really want to know what the difference is. And so we're gonna, and they want to be notified. So looking at enabling notifications for when corrections happen, as well as preferences on who should see it. Excuse me. Getting over a cold. Enabling those notifications for corrections so that people can, excuse me, people can be notified when a correction happens and it's the appropriate person. Up next is bulk correction requests.
I can take this, Scott. If you would need to get some water, I got it.
Oh, I'm good. Actually, yeah, thanks. I will get some water. But
oh yeah, we'll be doing some waste reporting enhancements. So this is a big one right here. So PCB unique ID validations. Without getting too much into the requirements of the PCB manifest, they are sort of complex, and they're causing a lot of confusion from the industry side, as well as the regulator side, as well as the system side. So we're going to put some functionality in the system to make getting those unique IDs for the PCB manifests validated a lot better. Same thing with the EPA waste validation. We're going to make validating waste a lot easier. That's what one of
Steve, I'll take it back. Thanks. Thanks for letting me get that water. So going back, the ability to see what was correct on a manifest is requested by several industry users, and we've been showing these on our user calls as the progress goes through. So you'll be able to see changes that happened on a manifest, both via services as well as through the UI, and you can download those via CSV as well from the UI. So you can see exactly what happened between the previous version of a manifest and the current version of the manifest. That, as I said, we're working on now and we'll be releasing in the next couple of months. The EPA waste validation is an enhancement that we would need to do, and also the PCB unique ID that we need to release another version of our APIs for, so folks could use those. They're what's called a breaking change, so we'll need to make those out. We've been basically communicating the EPA waste validation for several months. This will be a later on change that we need to make after working with the user community. But basically, if it's has a federal waste code, EPA waste needs to be yes. If it doesn't have a federal waste code, it can be no, and you can always enter a state waste code. Doesn't matter if it's hazardous or not hazardous. You can always enter a state waste code. And then adding broker information to image only upload manifests is similar to what we have now for generators, adding the generator to the image upload so that the generator can see what's going on, also giving the ability to add in broker information. Let's go to my last slide. All right, infrastructure. Yeah, we're going to continue to work to enhance system stability and usability. One of the areas we're working on right now is improvements to our reporting database. The team, Lori Furr, Chris Muir, have been really hammering through looking at our database options. So looking at Mongo, looking at Postgres for the reporting database, because our reporting database does get used a lot. We have industry reports, and we also have reports that the states use. And a great thing that Steve and another woman in our office, Rebecca Kane, have been working on is our public manifest data. So RCRA Web, it's a great source. It's where the manifests go after 90 days and the public can see them. We're really looking at making RCRA Web, looking at what users want and how people are using the system, using data that we've gotten from Google Analytics as well. So it's a really nice upgrade that the team is working on over the next couple of years. Implementation policy. We're going to continue to update our weekly digest to non-registered users. It has been, like Steve mentioned earlier, key in getting in some folks into the system and also alerting them that, hey, your manifests are there, they're in the system. And then we'll have changes based on the third rulemaking. But what those are being fleshed out. So the policy team will let me know what those are, even though, well, I'll be on the calls to know what they are. So we'll plan accordingly. With that, I hand it back to Steve.
All right, do we have any, before we go on to slide 54, do we have any questions on the software development for the next 2 years? Now, this is not everything, but this is our idea of where we're headed. So if you don't have any feedback now, we do.
So I will echo Steve's question. Anybody have any questions? Jennifer.
This is Jennifer Hopper. With this new login, the Gov login, how is that going to affect QuickSign?
Well, that's a great question, Jen. This is Steve Donnelly. We don't really know how this is going to affect QuickSign. We don't anticipate it adding, we're not going to be bringing back, we're not going to make it any harder to do with QuickSign, we'll tell you that much. We don't know how the user account management is going to work, but QuickSign or QuickerSign, the requirements are still no identity. We've said with the QuickSign, you don't need to go through the Chromium identity process. So I feel like with QuickSign going into the next 2 years with a login.gov migration, if their user account is with login.gov, we feel like that would satisfy the the need for to do quick sign or quicker sign. We don't anticipate putting any additional hurdles in there. We want to make signing easier.
Right. And Steve, I think, Jennifer, you might be talking from personal experience on login.gov. Login.gov has varying levels of how you get registered with them. And so there's varying levels. And
yeah, we can go back to what is that, slide 46? Oh, 47. Yeah, so we talk about this, but this is also, caveated with, how this is, best deployed at the agency, what we feel is best for our user community that will sort of satisfy our electronic signature requirements and meet our program goals. We sort of discuss right here, and this is all heavily caveated, things can change, and this is why we're going to maintain a lot of conversation with you all, is IAL1, which is a self-asserted identity, would be for users which we would use non-Chrome, like viewer prepare would just do the self-asserted identity with login.gov, and then they would be able to do that. For IAL2, potentially this would be identity authentication for users who perform final signatures and corrections and API submissions. However, as the agency's plan for this matures, and as we learn more about IAL1 and IAL1 plus, and there's IAL2, we will we'll keep everyone apprised of what we're doing. But I can say with I don't want to say certainty, but with all intention that we do not want to make this harder than it has to be. We understand account migration could be a painful process. We want to do this once, and we want to do it easy. So that's what we're going for. And if we can't do it easy, we're going to do it once.
It's Jennifer Hopper. Yes, Scott, that is correct. That from experience, since echo.gov already has this implemented, I had to delete my whole account and re-register because I forgot my password. So it is a very encompassing process. So that's why I was wondering what's going to happen with QuickSign. If someone happens to forget their password, they have to basically start all over, and it's not a quick process. Sometimes it can take up to 24 hours.
You hate that. Yeah, I will say we've incorporated some of your lessons learned into what we're thinking about for user support when in the help desk.
So before I go on to calling on Jason, who's up next, Jennifer, did that adequately address your question?
Yes.
Great. All right, Jason is up next with his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. Just a quick question on the login.gov aspect. It sounds like the hope is that this is going to be that it is going to happen, and that it is going to be for multiple different existing, I guess, federal websites that industry and state users have. Is there a general idea at this point, even though I know it's there's a lot of unknowns, it sounds like? Is there an idea of what other federal websites that folks usually use or logins are going to be rolled into this in addition to RCRA info?
Hi, this is Thomas Reeves. I can speak to that from a general perspective, understanding that login.gov is not fully deployed across the entire federal space yet, but the executive order says that publicly facing websites, basically those sites that have data that needs a level of protection, will be implementing multi-factor authentication. Login.gov is the preferred method, the EPA preferred method to do that, and the agency has started the process of rolling out login.gov to various applications across the entire agency. What other agencies do, I do not know. Login.gov is not exclusive to EPA. Login.gov is, as I mentioned, other government agencies are already on the platform or are migrating to it, but there are other alternatives out there. It's just that the agency has said, this is the direction that we're going, and it is a government-wide platform. So the benefit is that users will be able to use that same login that they do for login.gov at other sites in addition to EPA hosted sites. Does that address your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Jason, for the question. Sixto is up next.
Yes, good morning. This is Sixto Ortiz with WM. My question is quick. On slide 52 under reporting enhancements, we talk about EPA waste validation. And I was just curious as to what exactly that means, or if you can share information about that particular.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for asking the question. So EPA waste, there's a flag on every waste line to say if that flag has, so as you very well know, you can have a hazardous material on a manifest waste line, but it's not a hazardous waste, it's a hazardous material. And so that flag says, if it's EPA waste, meaning it has a federal waste code, D code, F code, K code, and so it's that flag there. And so we've been doing outreach through the user calls saying, hey, make sure you're using it only for federal waste, and then looking at the data, just kind of doing some outreach before we make a full change and switch over to this to that. So it's just making sure that federal waste, if it's federal waste, yes. If it's not federal waste, then no. It can be hazardous material, it can be PCBs, it can be state-only waste. So it can be. Thank you for the question.
Did that answer your question, Sixto?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. I don't see any other hands up with any additional questions. So I want to make a suggestion that I think the operation and maintenance part of the briefing continues on until slide 63. So if we could continue the presentation through slide 63, take questions on that, and then I think it will be time for our lunch break. So just giving you a little forecast of what will come up next. So back to the presenters.
All right, fantastic. Yep. So we are here at slide 54. These are our Chrome costs. As I said earlier, this is for the cross-media electronic reporting rule. So these are costs associated with the final electronic signature of the manifest or any correction. So this includes the user registration piece, the identity proofing, where a user account, a person needs to verify their identity through LexisNexis, and also a copy of record storage solutions that meet our electronic reporting requirement as codified in 40 CFR Part 3. And these are part of a cost share program that a lot of other programs in the EPA pay into, and our estimated cost for the next 2 years is $150,000, $175,000. So we anticipate paying, roughly $325,000 over the next 2 years for the for our Chrome related costs. All right, help desk. So these are costs associated with our help desk, which currently provides phone and email assistance to industry users. And we are looking to expand to provide phone and email assistance to industry and state users. So as recommended by the board in their response to the October 22 meeting on increasing electronic adoption, we are looking to expand the help desk services for industry and state. This is going to include access to documentation as well as live support. So as we discussed in the white paper, we're looking at a multi-tiered help desk where we would have basically we'd maintain for industry, we would maintain our tier 1, which would do account management issues, password resets, basic issues with that, account maintenance. Then we go to, for industry, we go to a tier 2, which is going to be basic data services support, as well as lost manifest or incorrect manifest tracking number resolution. So receiving facility realizes, I miskeyed a manifest tracking number into the system. It should be 113 FLE. I put 131 FLE. I need to get that changed, dial up the help desk, and that can be resolved. And also rejected manifest scenarios. I have a shipment of waste that's being rejected. I don't really know what to do. Who should I call? And then for the tier 3, we would have the higher level issues as implementing and troubleshooting the quicker sign, as well as more complex API data submissions, technical issues with the system, as well as training for the electronic workflow. And then for the states, which we are looking for additional input on from our users, is that we could the help desk for assisting state-related issues. We could have industry user maintenance and site management. So we could have users requesting access and not being able to find a site or need access to a site could contact the help desk and be resolved. We could also have the help desk assist states with lookup maintenance for generators, transporters, receiving facilities, as well as their state regulated waste codes, grooming and troubleshooting, make sure everything that is listed is active. We could also help with bulk corrections, quality assurance, QA of data plus image manifests, as well as identifying possible data quality reporting and metrics for nationwide implementation best practices. Like, okay, so why are manifests in state A, why are they by and large better than the manifest in my state? Well, what's going on? We could develop some troubleshooting reports and develop a knowledge base. And our estimates for that are 500,000 over 2 years. Next slide, please. All right, so we're going to, this is a basic summary of what we're looking at. So for our O&M costs, our EPA program costs, we're going to discuss our salary for non-IT and IT, as well as our travel, our general expenses and working capital, our advisory board contracts, our other contracts for rulemaking and ICRs. So let us begin with discussing the salary. That is the next slide. All right, so these are directly related to duties performed by federal civilian employees, military personnel, and non-federal personnel, which includes EPA full-time equivalents, FTE, and advisory board special government employees, SGE, or regular government employees, RGE. That sounds a little dry and a little bureaucratic. That is because that is, I did not want to get a word wrong, so I copied that from our Office of Chief Financial Officer's data dictionary, so to make sure I got all of that correct. And our costs for the 2 years for salary is roughly $4.3 million. And we'll dive in further to our EPA salary costs. All right, so we estimate 14 FTE to support the program from 2 EPA offices. The first office would be OCFO, who is anticipating needing 1 FTE over 2 years, 1 FTE per year for 2 years. And this is for the specialized accounting, payroll, auditing, and customer service for the e-manifests. So this includes payment confirmation, resolution, working with Treasury to basically the back end, the OCFO work that they do very well, that they need to do to ensure the system is properly following the generally accepted accounting procedures. And then we also have Office of Land and Emergency Management, OLEM. That is where we are. And we are in ORCR, which is an office within the Office of Land and Emergency Management. We stand for the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. And we have our OLEM IT, who design, develop, test, and implement the e-manifest system, and OLEM non-IT, who support and implement but do not directly build and support the IT system. Now there are some definitions that are very, very specific when it comes to are you IT or are you not IT. So we have some people that support IT reporting, but since they are not directly building or testing the system, they are not considered IT employees. All right, so let's go further into our program costs. Travel. Those are costs directly related to the travel and transportation of government employees. And this includes EPA, FTE travel focused on conferences and presentations to users and stakeholders, in addition to travel costs of advisory board members to attend public meetings. So roughly, we do not travel a lot, but when we do travel, we are traveling to see our stakeholders, whether industry or states. There was a couple years hiatus for the coronavirus, and we are looking to get back on the road. So we budgeted in EPA travel, where we would go to conferences such as the RCRA Info National Users Conference, the Association of State and Territorial Solid Waste Management Officials, the ATSWAMO conferences, as well as industry engagements. And we've also budgeted money for an in-person advisory board meeting in a location to be determined per year. So this is something that the advisory board will need to discuss on their own, but we do have money for in-person meetings for travel. So this would be either coming to the DC area, hotel, flights, or we would go to another place where there would be a hotel and flights. And we estimate $46,000. All right. Next up, general expenses and working capital fund. This is a big pot. This is our big stew pot of expenses that allow the e-manifest program to communicate and basically work at the EPA. So this is the costs associated with our mailings, our federal register notices, our project management software, our goods and services such as our computers, our help desk support, our cell phones, all that stuff that is associated with just the general, every office, every agency, every business really does this, where each office pulls their money into the working capital fund to leverage bulk discounts on lots of fun items to help us do our jobs, such as Zoom. All right, we got next slide, please. All right, advisory board contracts. These are the costs associated with the administrative, logistical, and technical support for e-manifest in-person public meetings. So this is based on hosting one in-person public meeting per year. And I know that there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes before the meetings and after the meetings to make sure that these things are meeting the requirements of the statute, as well as providing value to the agency, our board members, the public, and our user community. Next slide, please. All right, EPA program costs. These are our rulemaking and information collection request contracts. So these are costs associated with conducting economic analyses for the e-manifest rulemakings and information collection requests, ICRs. So these requests include identifying, there's a lot of economic work that goes on in the background, identifying the impacted users, how much it would potentially cost them, the burden associated with the forms, how many people will be using this, and also finalizing the regulatory impact analysis for the third rulemaking. And this is, of course, we talk about our manifest exports and our related reports, and we estimate it to be $135,000 over 2 years. Next slide. All right, and then the paper processing center O&M costs. So these are the costs associated with operating the paper processing center. This is outside of the marginal labor costs for processing that information. So this is the keeping the lights on at the facility. This is paying for their equipment, their supplies, their computers, they're overseeing their management, their facility materials, the non-direct labor outside of actually keying in the information transcribed on the manifest. Next slide.
Are we going to continue?
I think this is the last section of O&M costs, correct? We on slide 63.
Correct. So this is where I wanted us to pause and see if anyone had any additional questions on the O&M costs. And not that I want to scare anyone away from asking questions, but once we're done answering questions, we will take our lunch break. But please ask away. We are making very good time. So Jennifer first and then Terry.
Hi, this is Jennifer Hopper. I actually have a couple questions. My first question is there any consideration or thoughts about allocating money to the states to handle e-manifest issues? Or, I mean, more and more are put on states to be involved in e-manifests, but we're not getting more money.
That is, this is Steve Don. That is a question we actually brought up to our general counsel, and we talked with the EPA attorneys, and the statute itself is very clear that direct money to the states is not advisable. However, they did say, and this is sort of where we got the name for this meeting, that we are able to enter into contracts that meet the needs of our user community, including state. So that is why we're proposing a help desk service to, use contracting and EPA headquarters firepower to assist the states with managing their program. But we did actually check on whether or not there could be a grant or something similar to states for manage the e-manifest. And as our our OGC did say that was not. They didn't say it was. They said it was a no-go at this time.
Okay, my second question is, I don't see anything in here about enforcement. Is there any consideration about allocating money to enforcement staff to do any necessary enforcement?
There is no specific line item or FTE associated with enforcement. However, as part of our data quality activities, we do engage with the enforcement office on a twice weekly basis on utilizing e-manifest data. So as part of our data analysis and data quality work is we're working side by side with our OECA counterparts on utilizing manifest data for enforcement, but that is something to consider.
It's not so much as utilizing, but to do enforcement on facilities that are not following e-manifests. For example, Maryland has already found over 600 missing manifests just in 2021 while doing the biennial report. So, there's no enforcement on that.
No, thank you very much. And I do think it would be very instructive for us to hear more of those thoughts about how EPA could bring in enforcement into the e-manifest program to help out the states with this type of issues.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Terry.
Thank you, Terry Bear, ADQ. Jennifer covered a couple of them. Just for clarification, Mr. Donnelly, the paper center, even though it says operating the paper manifest,
yes,
this is actually the data plus image because paper manifests have been discontinued. Correct.
Well, mailed manifests have been discontinued, but there's
the mailed. Yes.
So,
well, I think a lot of people associate the mailed with the paper.
Yeah. So yes, this is even though the mail is no longer, they still have an office they go to download the manifest and do the transcription for the image only and the data plus image QA.
Okay,
yes,
just wanted to thank you.
That is a typo.
Thank you, Terry, for that question. I do find the terminology paper manifest, I feel does confuse people sometimes because we don't mean mailed paper anymore, but images of paper are still referred to as paper manifest. So thank you for that question.
The image processing.
Images of paper. All right, so I do not see any additional hands up. I'm saying that slowly in case anyone quickly thinks of a question they wanted to ask before they forget about it while they eat their lunch. Not seeing any hands. Fred, do you have any instructions for everyone with regard to the lunch break?
No, I would just say thank you all for a very productive meeting this morning and enjoy your lunch break. We will resume at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Any questions for me or Carolyn? Okay.
See you all again at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, thank you. Frank, can you put the break slide up and set it for 1 p.m. Eastern? Thanks.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back to everyone who's here. Fred, are we ready to get started again? I see a thumbs up from Fred. All right, thank you. I hope everyone spent their lunch break eating lunch or doing otherwise good lunch break activities. Thank you, everyone, for your.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Carol, I forgot something. I forgot to check to see, can we verify that we have at least quorum of the members? That's at least 5 of the members back from lunch.
Great. Let's verify members who are back. Can you come on screen so we can see?
I'm here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got more than 5.
Okay,
Excellent.
great. That's perfect.
Six
Okay,
stuff here.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Thank you, everybody.
here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all so much. Sometimes when we have our cameras turned off and ourselves muted, we don't know if we're back or if we've walked away from our computer. So thank you all for that quick quorum check. And thank you all for being back so timely from our lunch break. We really appreciate it. We made great progress so far this morning, and we are now at the portion of the EPA presentation about the eManifest Paper Processing Center marginal labor cost. And so if I could ask the EPA presenters for that section to get ready to kick us off, and I believe Frank to put the presentation back up on screen for us, we will kick off our afternoon of day 1. Thank you, everybody.
All right, this is Steve Donnelly, the eManifest Program Manager, and I am back to discuss another key component of our user fee formula and our program costs, and also what provides the program a lot of value, the marginal labor costs for processing paper manifests. Next slide. So marginal labor costs is the labor cost by the staff operating the paper processing center to conduct either data key entry, quality assurance, scanning, copying, and other manual or clerical functions necessary to process the data from paper manifest submissions into eManifest. And we have 3 marginal labor categories we're going to be discussing. We have the marginal costs for the image upload, which is $9.96. This is by far the most expensive. Then we have the data plus image upload, the quality assurance of that, which is $1.39. And then our final piece is 35 cents per electronic manifest, and we'll discuss in detail those cost categories. And I'm going to hand this off to William Nicholas, who is ready to discuss before we get into the areas, the data quality issues with paper manifests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. As Steve mentioned, I'm William Nicholas. I'm the data lead for the eManifest program, and we're going to discuss here for the next couple of slides the primary data quality issues we see with paper manifests. These are what inform that marginal labor cost that Steve just mentioned, and are a big part of why we're pushing for the electronic manifest use among our regulated industry. So obviously, when there's a paper manifest, the PPC has to spend time keying it in, updating it, and the more mistakes there are, the more expensive that is. And if we go ahead to the next slide, please. Right now, the current SOP is, kind of checking over, making sure the manifest tracking number matches, making sure that that matches with what's uploaded by the site. And right now, we estimate about 10% of the manifests uploaded purely as image only have some kind of glaring error like that that requires intervention before it can be properly submitted to eManifest. Next slide, please. Some of the other big problems that we see, one of the most common is an invalid generator ID. That's a case where the generator has a valid EPA ID but didn't use it. They have an ID and they're trying to use the SQG or something like that, or it is an inaccurate ID, it's been incorrectly typed, it's an old one, that kind of thing. And that's a problem not just on image only uploads, but also data plus image uploads. And we estimate about 3.5% of data plus image uploads present this problem. Another problem that we see is when the paper manifest itself is invalid. So this can be anything from the manifest tracking number that was entered was incorrect and we have to switch them out, or something as extreme as it's, an invalid, unregistered manifest. It's not a correct manifest tracking number and not, approved by ORCR for printing. And, you get either duplicate manifests that way or manifest tracking numbers that are, completely outside the 12-character alphanumeric setup that we have today. Next slide,
This is Steve Donnelly. Just to sort of go back on to Will's point, just last week we received a note from, I believe it was Region 2, that they ran into a quote unquote homemade manifest. The generator was looking for their copy and there was a homemade manifest. So this is something that happens a lot, and at the headquarters level, we spend considerable time tracking down these manifests that are invalid.
Thanks, Steve. Other issues that we see are, waste volume. There are requirements around, say, not using decimals, using the correct units, quantities, container information. That is all specified. And when that's, used incorrectly or left blank, that's problematic. It makes it difficult to determine status. It presents challenges for eManifest and VR integration, for other downstream reporting, both on the industry side and on the regulator side. And that's not something anybody wants to see. So resolving those is a significant challenge. Another one, finally, this is typographical and clerical. This is when you're typing A and you mean to type B. And given that paper manifests that are being digitized are handwritten, these are where those problems occur. These are carbon copy paper. These can get smudged, and there's a balance between the speed at which businesses and regulators have to review these and the need to go over every single bit of information. So again, that's why we strongly encourage the use of the electronic manifest to reduce these errors. But the factors that I presented here on the past couple of slides are the most significant issues that inform the marginal labor costs of addressing paper manifests digitized into eManifest. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Steve Donnelly.
All right, thank you very much. So we are on slide 71, I believe, and this is we're going to have let's see, 71. Here we go. All right, let's get to so data plus image manifest. Okay, so we're talking about the QA of that. So to date, the Paper Processing Center has focused on mail and image only. Primarily has been the focus of their QA. And we discussed this at our last fee meeting. We discussed this at our meeting on electronic adoption. A lot of our meetings is we talk about sort of some of the issues we're experiencing with the data plus image manifest, which is by far the majority of our manifest, but also by far the majority of our issues. We did a control test of our OCR to match the manifest tracking number on the scanned form with what was entered in the system. We found roughly a 5% mismatch. And we've also have some issues with the data from the paper manifest not mentioning the data that's going on. So some of the top line information will be correct, such as generated in the transporter, but when we get down below to the waistline, the management method code, some of those other key areas that people are looking at, those data do not match. So we're seeing a lot of issues with our data plus image manifests. And since they are 88% of all of our submissions, we certainly want to take a closer look at doing some more QA on these data plus image manifests, and our marginal cost for processing the QA of a data plus image manifest will be $1.39, we estimate. Next slide, please. And then the marginal cost of the electronic manifest. We talked about that in the part. So there's really, technically, there really is no, today there has been no marginal cost for taking an electronic manifest and making it making it paper. So this is primarily put into the fee formula to apply for scenarios where there is the need for an advisory board for a paper processing center member to transcribe an electronic manifest and make it into the system. And it's also to cover some of the costs related to registering users. So for user outreach. So that is why our marginal cost for the electronic type manifest is 35 cents. All right, so before we move on to the next section, do we have any questions about the marginal labor costs?
Mr. Donnelly, can you hear me?
Yes.
Terry Bear, ADQ. So you'd mentioned in the slide, a couple of slides before this, about the number of edits or tracking down, errors. You mentioned about the one that was like a homemade manifest.
Yes.
Out of the 1.7 million that you receive between data and data plus image, what percentage would you estimate that you spend on these error manifests? You said it makes up a large part, but are we talking 75%, or is that something you guys can pull the data on?
Yeah, we could pull the data. We could pull the data on this. So with the errors on this, so there's two types of there's errors that can be easily fixed with the payment processing center, sort of engaging directly with the handlers on the manifest to sort of resolve, like, hey, you forgot to put a unit of measure along for this particular waistline. What is that? So they can do that. And those errors are tracked down. Those take most of those are resolved within 5 business days. Now, the more sort of, I'll say, like, more regulatory or like policy related errors we have with the paper manifest, such as the invalid IDs or some of the areas that require more headquarters level intervention to solve. Those can run from those could take maybe an email or two, or sometimes we've been, particularly when we ran into a tranche of invalid manifests, those can take roughly a week or two to resolve. Of full EPA headquarters work, engaging with the registered printers, engaging with our enforcement folks to make sure that everything's correct. So yeah, a lot of the more complex sort of the printing errors and those invalid manifests do take a good amount of time from the headquarters level to solve, because we want to make sure that coordinating with the registered printers and all the policy team folks we have all of our ducks in a row before we take any sort of action.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, along what Ms. Hopper indicated earlier, that that there's no identified mechanism of enforcement. So, like, I know that DEQ, prior to the e-manifest, we had a statute penalizing for resubmittal manifest. So I guess I'm trying to understand, if you had to bucket those, into like significant changes or, things of that caliber, like, incorrect IDs versus, minor, if you left off the container type. Just wondering if that's something that you'd be able to express in a nominal value.
We'll get back to you on that one, because
Okay.
we do sort of, we don't have the enforcement.
No, I understood,
so yeah,
but
we can eyeball the sort of error types, but when it comes to actually making the enforcement call, that is not in our office, and we do understand that.
Completely understand that. I'm trying to understand the marginal labor costs associated with those type of activities.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Jason has his hand up with a question.
Yeah, thank you. In Minnesota, we'd recently worked with our Region 5 counterparts to do an e-manifest cleanup. In a sense, there was a number of manifests and facilities that were not, there was a number of manifests that were not linked to a legitimate hazardous waste ID number or EPA ID number. It equated to basically 300 facilities, 760 manifests that were basically, the invalid ID number was chalked down to, not having 12 alphanumeric characters, translation issues of a 0 instead of an O, or vice versa, 8s and S's, these type of things being problems in identifying these errors. And I'm wondering, I know EPA is aware of these types of issues, but I'm wondering what is kind of in the works or coming down the road to improve, some of those type of clerical errors.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason, for that observation. And we are aware that is the ultimate weakness with paper, is that you're not relying on the system to generate the manifest. So that's why to solve this problem, which we do understand, especially working with our state regulator counterparts and our EPA regulator counterparts, that not even without even getting into the waste lines or anything like that, just the identification of who's this waste from, or who drove it somewhere, or where's it going. Those are failings of paper. And the way we're looking to address this here at headquarters is get everybody using electronic manifest, because when you do an electronic manifest, to create it, to be able to print out that official copy, you need to have a valid generator ID, you need to have a valid transporter ID, you need to have a receiving facility ID. So like a lot of those three major errors are taken care of right away. Then if you want to go further with what the business rules of the electronic manifest offer, if it's a hazardous waste line, you need to have a hazardous waste code. If it's a state waste line, you need to have a state waste code. There's just a lot of more guideposts for the regulated and the regulators to be able to use this actual data. So that's where we're going. We want to get as many people using electronic. That's how we feel we could solve this problem.
Thank you.
Steve, can I add some clarifying statements?
Who said
Scott Christian. May I?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so Jason, thank you for bringing that up. That was actually part of how that whole piece was discovered, was actually part of what we're doing with the paper processing center, what we've mentioned earlier, and also William had mentioned. And in cases we're also working with our Office of Enforcement on some of these issues. But that particular issue, and states will see, we've so far gone through about 5 of the 56 entities to address these sites that are not in RCRA info, and but they look like real IDs, and so going through and finding those. So thank you for bringing up that issue, and it is a highlight of something that we are doing here at headquarters and working with states and regions. So if you haven't been hit up yet, we're going from the biggest states down. So you'll be getting an email from us very shortly.
Thank you for adding that in, Scott. Jennifer has her hand up.
I have this Jennifer Hopper. I have sort of a 2-part question. The second question is going to kind of be based on the answer to the first question. My first question is the system for entering data, whether it's from the processing papers facility or from the industry side, when they start to enter in the EPID number, does the information from that's already in handler show up, whether it's the generator, transporter, or TSD?
Yeah. Well, it depends. Depends on how they're using our data services or our user interface. If they are, that we are really adamant on for all the receiving facilities when they upload, to use our search function just to make sure they're pulling down the top ID, but pulling down the most recent ID based on the address and all that stuff. There are a lot of ways for them to search for the correct generator ID before they send up a manifest. And Scott or William or David can talk a little more. One of the things we have is, we do have to accept BSQG manifest. So we do have to credibly have a way for users to upload a manifest for a generator that's not in the system. So what we're finding is a lot of times we can just sort of be forced, an incorrect ID can be forced up, sort of kind of sneaking, I don't want to say sneaking through, but utilizing that BSQG no ID provision that we have to put up an ID that is incorrect.
Yeah, the information is absolutely available. Whether or not an industry facility uses it when submitting the manifest, obviously that's outside of our control. And Steve mentioned there's a reason that we have to accept manifests that, don't necessarily have an ID, but the information is there. And on our end, what Scott mentioned earlier, the reaching out to facilities from both, here in the program side, the enforcement office reaching out, is the result of curating data, comparing addresses, other information, and saying, hey, you uploaded this without an ID, but we're pretty darn confident it should be this ID based on a number of factors. And you'll need to make these corrections. And so, in short, the information is available. We strongly encourage facilities to utilize our site services, the search function, the other stuff that Steve mentioned. And we are constantly improving our services, but there are practical reasons why bad data may make its way in anyway.
However, we do need to say, if you need information on RCRA facilities, there is no better place to go, whether industry or states, than RCRA Info, the place that has all the information that you need for hazardous waste. That's the most up to date. That is the most best place for the hazardous waste information.
Well, you kind of answered my question, but you kind of veered off to the manifests that had no EPID numbers, where I'm more or less questioning the EPID number belongs to 1800 Washington Boulevard, but on the manifest it says 1800 Monroe, and they go to type it in. Does it pop up that it's supposed to be Washington Boulevard, or because maybe that's not the right EPID number for Monroe?
So
yeah, go ahead. Go, you got this.
Yeah, when they're uploading the manifest, if they're putting in that information, they can query, search for that generator, and it should return the information that's most recent, that's most accurate here in our system. And if they utilize the site search and the other services functionalities, they will, again, get that information. We do have data quality controls in the app. We do have data quality controls in the API. The reason we mentioned the no ID thing is, because of the need to be able to process that, we can't stop somebody from overruling us and forcing that information in anyway. But there should be, a good reason for that. And we do spend a lot of time at headquarters, looking for cases where that's been done and verifying why that was and reaching out for corrections if necessary.
So the paper processing center, if they come across an EPID number that has a different address than what's on the manifest, do they stop and reach out, or do they just proceed with what's there?
Well, we've been working with them on a pilot project. We're continuing that this year, where they're going through. We do have those mismatches, and we are going through those, and we're reaching out to the facilities to correct those, because we do understand that. Yeah. So if someone wants to send us up a bad ID, they obviously, because we're having this conversation, they very much can. And whether that's the way we fix that is in two ways. So we get, we work with the targeting system, we work with our states, we find out who these are, we do our own internal reports, and we have our paper processing center, correct those, catch as catch can. And then there are the other way we're trying to solve this is by getting people to go more electronic. But sort of one of the, to sort of circle back to like one of the issues with paper and how the paper gets sent to the system sort of post shipment is that there's a lot of opportunity for bad IDs and bad IDs just to come to the system just because of how we need to be able to accept no IDs because of small quantity waste. If they want to send up a bad ID, and it's not malice, it's just sort of what's in the system. They want to send up what's in their system. They're going to send it up because we have to be able to accept any ID because of VSQG waste.
You keep saying bad ID. What I'm saying is that the ID is valid. It just doesn't belong to the address.
Incorrect, mismatched IDs. I'm sorry. Yeah. So if they want to say a certain ID is at a different address, they can override.
Okay.
But we are taking that into consideration. We had a pilot with our paper processing center. We want to go further with that in this upcoming fee cycle. But we understand it is a real and it is a frustrating issue.
All right. Any other questions on this section? I don't see any hands up. Pause for another few seconds. All right, I think next on our agenda is the presentation on indirect cost.
All right, thank you. Yeah, these are 2 slides. So the indirect cost, we can go to the next slide. This is very brief. So these are costs that are not marginal or operational costs of eManifest, but are necessary to include because they enable the EPA and by proxy us to operate our system, and those costs must be recovered. So this indirect rate is developed and it is maintained by not us. This is done by the Office of the Controller and the EPA's Office of Chief Financial Officer. These costs are everything. They do a very comprehensive program analysis. So this is going to be everything from physical overhead, air conditioning costs, maintenance, utilities, rents, buildings, equipment, you name it. So all the costs that support eManifest but aren't easily captured with a line item or wouldn't make sense to capture with a line item, these are included in the indirect cost rate. And has been set by the OCFO, and for this fee period, the rate is 39.63%. And as you can see, we do we total up our O&M and our estimated marginal labor costs and multiply that by 39.63%, and that is our indirect cost. So that is the final leg of our formula. So we have our O&M costs, we have our marginal labor costs, and then we have our indirect costs. And we have no, as I was saying earlier, the OLM and ORCR, we have 0 input into how the indirect cost formula is done. They do this for other programs, TSCA, FIFRA, PREA, all those programs are subject to this.
Anyone have any questions on indirect cost?
That's good, because I will be able to answer them.
All right, not seeing any hands raised, then that was maybe the shortest part of our whole agenda. We will move on to the presentation on eManifest user fees for FY 24-25.
All right, I believe this is slide, what is it, 76, slide 75? All right, yeah, this is David Graham will be presenting.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So in this section, we'll unveil what everyone's been, anticipating for the past 2 years. I know everyone's woken up and been like, I wonder what the eManifest user fees are going to be 2 years from now. We're excited to unveil. Before we do that,
I'm excited, David. I'm very excited about this.
We need to, before we can fit all those puzzle pieces, all those factors that we talked about in the last sections, there's a couple more inputs that we need, and that's manifest usage projections. So we estimate that eManifest is going to receive about 1.8 million manifest per year. So about 3.6 million manifest per fee cycle. This is based on the submission statistics for FY 2021 and FY 2022. So I go to the next slide, please. Oh, you already had it there. Never mind. Excuse me. So we're projecting that we're going to have about 6.5% electronic manifest for FY 2024-25. As we're an optimistic bunch, we project that data plus image as well as image only will stay relatively the same. Okay, next slide, please now. All right, and these are the FY 2021, FY 2022 manifest submission that we talked about, that we referenced earlier. So as everyone knows, the past couple of years, we've had a little less than 0.5% electronic manifest submission rate. All right, next slide, please. All right, and in order to develop more accurate projections, the future eManifest utilization, We reached out a while back to EPA, or sorry, to state regulatory agencies to kind of gauge if there's any pending amendments to their regulations regarding hazardous waste and how that could affect our manifest usage. Based on the input that we've received, we don't expect there to be any major modifications to manifest usage through the next coming years. So as you can see from this table down here, federal hazardous waste constituted about 63% of all manifests emitted to e-manifest, and state-only hazardous waste manifest the remainder, about 36%. We might anticipate a small decrease in state only manifest usage, but not enough to heavily influence the our projections. All right, I'm going to hand it back over to Steve.
All right, this is Steve. We can go to the next slide. We are quickly rounding the 3/4 pole, and we're almost home. All right, so let's just go through a quick summary of our costs right here and how we arrived. So our O&M costs for electronic for the system is almost 2.1. So we have all our different cost areas, which subtotal out to $20 million on $146,341. Then we add our additional marginal labor cost of $8.3 million. And there we have our subtotal of $28,451,998. And then we add our indirect cost to that to get a total fee period cost of nearly $40 million. So $39,727,525. And if we go to the next slide, we can see a breakdown of where that goes. So the majority of our expenses are to the O&M costs. And then we have the marginal labor costs as 21%. And then at the 28% would be our indirect costs for the program. All right, we can continue on if anyone has any questions before we continue to move on. We are at slide 8.
I don't see any hands up with any questions.
Hi, Steve.
Sadiq, do you have a question?
Yes, I actually have a question regarding the estimates you mentioned in slide 76. I have two questions. This is Tiffy Kosar from University of Buffalo, by the way. I have two questions regarding these numbers. One is the estimate for the electronic submissions. Historically, we see for the last 5 years, the electronic submission share has been between 0.3% and 0.4%. And we see the estimate here raising to 6.5%, which is great. But my question is, what makes you think there will be a big increase in the electronic submission adoption? I mean, do you have any insight from the user community or any other insights that you can share? This is the first question. And the second question is, the slide here says the agency assumes that the proportion of data plus image uploads will continue to increase. But when we look at the numbers in 2022, basically last year, the share of data plus image was 86.92. And here in the projections, we see it is 82%. There seems to be a decrease, not an increase. Am I missing something here? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so to answer the first part of your question, yeah, so it doesn't sound like a lot, but going from 0.5% to 6.5% is a bit of an increase. I and the program feels that with what we've discussed with the quicker sign and our upcoming remote signer functionality and some of the work we're going to be doing this period, we do feel very confident saying that 6.5 is something that we could conceivably get. It won't beginning on October of the 23rd of 2023. I don't think we're going to be getting 6.5% immediately, but I do feel some of the work we're doing with some of the testing we're doing with our user community that we will see an increase in electronic manifest. And we will see a drastic increase because of I believe that we're nearing the whether it's because of, I think it's fatigue. I think a lot of people are just going to try electronic manifest. They're just tired of hearing about us, bring it up in meetings. But no, we thanks to the implementation team, the IT team, we've got a set of, we have a engaged user community and a lot of great people here that can really help industry get to more electronic. And also we have some folks on the industry side who are very eager about transitioning to electronic manifest. So we do feel very comfortable saying that we can hit 6.5%. And as for the second question about the data plus image increase, there is sort of going down into the data. There is some, the signal to noise with data plus image gets a little bit cloudy. However, sort of looking at our general trends and what we're proposing for this year, what we're assuming for our upcoming cycle is some of those data plus image manifests will turn into electronic. In particularly where they're going to turn electronic we did an analysis where there's a good number of large quantity generators who deal regularly with the same transportation company, who deal regularly with the same receiving facility, and basically bleeding off that data plus image into electronic will be where we're going to make our hay in getting more electronic manifests. So that is sort of why we're saying that's sort of where we'd be seeing the overall decrease from, we're 85% down to 82. We take some of that and send it to electronic manifests. That's where we'd be seeing, that's where I think we'd be seeing a lot of our movement, our shift.
Okay.
And then William and David, if you want to talk more about the second part of Tafik's question, I'd be happy to have you.
Sure. Yes. In our initial analysis, the things that we were tending to find is that over the last couple of years, the share of manifests that were image only, that number has declined, and new image only tended to come from folks who had previously been using mailed paper. We find that there's kind of a ladder effect here. And so we anticipate that the share of image only is going to continue to slide, and data plus image will probably receive those manifests that had previously been image only. And so while in absolute terms, the data plus image share may go down because of, as Steve mentioned, electronic siphoning some of those off, we anticipate that the trend of folks moving up the data complexity ladder will mean that image only manifests decrease at the expense of data plus image.
All right. Anything else to share in response to Tafik's question? Thank you, everyone.
I made the mute mistake. This is Steve. So I believe we last checked, we were on slide 80, so we can go to 81. All right, so now we're this is the real exciting part, that we are getting to our user fee model results for our manifest submission. So we have our universe of manifests that we expect. So 6.5% electronic, 82% data plus image, 11.5% image upload, and we have our marginal cost differentiated model, which, as we remember, that O&M costs are spread across all three manifest types, and our estimated cost from the user fee model are $21.67 for image upload, $9.71 for data plus image upload, and $8.25 for electronic manifest. So projected revenue is 39.8, and our actual costs are 39,727. So we have an annual plus minus of about 36,000 per year. All right. Next stop, the highly differentiated fee model. Let's see what happens here when the paper processing operations costs are only spread across two types. All right. So the image upload is $21.84. The data plus image upload is $9.87. And the electronic, which has been subsidized by not having the O&M cost, is $5.89. So our projected revenue is $39.8. Actual, and our annual plus minus is $36,237. So roughly the same as where we're going. And then Amanda Kohler is going to football fan Amanda Kohler, our NFL analyst, is here to talk about our proposed user fees.
Yeah, I wish. Take
it away, coach.
Yeah, exactly. So we are proposing two sets of user fees, one based on the marginal differentiated fee model and one based on the highly differentiated fee model. You've heard a lot today about those two models. Just to be clear, we are only going to finalize one of those. So really seeking the advisory board's input on which direction to go to. We took the raw output that Steve just mentioned, and we did a couple of adjustments. One, we rounded up, rounded down to whole dollar amounts. That's a little easier to implement. And then any adjustments just to allow the program to account for any cost contingencies. Next slide. Okay, so here is the proposed user fees under the marginal cost differentiated fee model. So you have image upload as 22, data plus image as 10, and electronic as 8. And we will compare those to the existing user fees on the next slide. And here you go. So here's the marginal cost differentiated user fees. So there's a $2 increase per manifest for image only, a $3 decrease per manifest for data plus image, and electronic remains the same as it was this fee period. Okay, moving on to highly differentiated user fees. Our proposed user fees under this model, $22 for image upload, $10 for data plus image, and $6 for electronic. And the big difference here is electronic. So actually under both models, image upload and data plus image remain the same. And it's the electronic here that's the real difference. This is $2 cheaper than the marginal cost differentiated model. And if you go to the next slide, we'll compare the highly differentiated user fees to the current fees. So you see those same differences for image only, data plus image, as we talked about with marginal cost differentiated. And the electronic is the big difference here under highly differentiated. It's $2 cheaper per manifest. And I'm going to turn to Steve to put this all together in one big table. Slide 88.
All right, slide 88. Thank you very much. All right, so we got ourselves I've always said one of Steve's rules for software development is that don't make it available unless you can export it into an Excel table, because that's at the end, that's what everybody really wants. So what we got here is an Excel table right here. So looking at our image upload and our current fees, we can see right here how everything is spread out. So really the choice here is the over the electronic submissions, we identified 6.5%, and it's whether they'll be $8 or $6 because the fees are essentially the same for image and data plus image upload. So the question here is, and what we're looking for the board's advice is, do we have a correct universe of manifests that we're doing? And also, what is recommended for moving forward with our program goals and priorities? Now, there really is, moving from 0.5% to 6.5% really didn't move the needle much in terms of user fees. So from the $8 to the $6. So the real question here is, we've outlined our program priorities for the next 2 years. We've got some great input from the board. The team is ready to take your advice and move on and get some more electronic manifests. This is the end of the presentation. This is the end of EPA's presentation.
All right.
We don't have any more slides.
And I see Tawfiq Kosar has his hand up.
Hi, this is Tawfiq Kosar from University of Buffalo. I have two questions again. So the first one is actually more than seeking for a confirmation rather than a question. I assume the entire motivation behind the differentiated fee schedule is to incentivize the use of electronic manifest. Is that correct?
Yes. So we reference it more specifically in the white paper, and
yes.
I might be mistaking it, but it was after 4 years of system operation, if we weren't at 75% electronic, which we are not, we would propose the highly differentiated fee formula to see if that would incentivize electronic adoption. However, in full disclosure, we have been in meetings before, and I know you were there, that we've seen that having lower prices for electronic is not going to, hasn't moved anybody towards electronic yet. And I think we talked about this in our last meeting. We're just discussing electronic signatures, that receiving facilities have elected to pay nearly 40% more to not use electronic manifests over the life of the system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for the confirmation, Steve. So my second question is, so when we look at these fee schedules, basically these numbers, so which option seems to be, which manifest option seems to be actually more incentivized? As you said, in the current fee schedule, there is like $5 difference between the electronic and data plus image upload, but that didn't really help to boost the use of electronic manifests, correct?
Correct.
And in the new aggressive or differentiated fee schedule, that price difference is actually closing rather than increasing, correct?
Right.
So that there will be $3 of reduction in the data plus image, and then there will be a $2 reduction in the electronic fees. So when just looking at these numbers, it seems we are actually incentivizing data plus image more than the electronic submissions using this schedule.
That's certainly one way of looking at it. This is yeah, these are our fees and our cost breakdown, and that is how the formula guided us. I mean, we can't artificially inflate the marginal cost for data plus image. This is these are what the program costs are, but you do make a fair point. Yes. So as I said earlier in the presentation, costs most likely are going down. When you sort of the bullet points of getting through this is the costs for the most part are going down. So I'm supposing it could go. I'm supposing it could go both ways, in that if cost is not an incentive to transition to electronic manifest, then cost should not be an incentive to stay away from electronic manifest.
So I know that we will be very interested in feedback from the board at some point on this, but this period of time is for asking clarifying questions. So I see that Jason and then Jackie have their hands up. So if you have some clarifying questions to ask, please bring it on.
I guess one clarifying question, a little bit off of Dr. Kosar's comments, based on EPA's work that they've done to project the 6.5% increase to the e-manifest usage, have you been able to test these industry users as far as, maybe not test is the right word, but evaluate from them what would incentivize more usage of full e-manifest, whether it's, ease of use, like going to QuickerSign and kind of easing the process, or, alleviating some of that burden, or whether it's cost. I know you kind of spoke to the cost aspect already, but I guess I'm just wondering what EPA has found kind of from talking with industry users on what would incentivize a stronger transition, seeing that 0.3% compared to the hope of 75% 4 years in is a large chasm? Thank you.
That is a great question, and this is something we are working with industry on this, and we have been working with states as well on identifying ways to make the electronic signature process easier to use, more closely aligned with paper. And if we can go back to slide 50, please. The software focused on electronic adoption. So slide 50, right there, the new industry rules for quicker sign. So along with the quicker sign permission, simplifying the user permissions for our system and tailoring them more to meet the needs of our user community that would allow signatures to come up from a single point rather than each site. That is something we're working on internally, but that we do understand that's what the board recommended the last go around, and that's something we're working on. So I truly feel this is Steve Donnelly just talking for myself, that with the quicker sign as well as simplifying and working within our user permission structure, we will get more electronic manifests. It's not going to be the costs. It's not going to be a silver bullet technological device. It's going to be the humble user permission that is going to get us reworking those to get us a lot of electronic manifests. That's where we feel that we will be able to succeed getting more electronic manifests.
Steve, I can kind of jump in here a little bit also. So the 6.5% is based on sort of two things. First, in the lead up to the previous Federal Advisory Board meeting, as we developed some of our options, and then afterwards, as we assessed the results and we continued to talk to our regulated industry, the factors that we kept hearing over and over again were anything that could be done to streamline the signature process, and then B, the critical mass problem. The more folks that are doing it, the easier it is to get more and more sites using it. There are some niche cases. There's an asbestos landfill in California that, by virtue of being the only facility that takes it, can kind of name their price, and folks have had to get on board with electronic manifesting. And so things like that expand the community. The more transporters you have to work with, the more generators you have to work with, the easier it gets. And so we've spent kind of on the technical side a long time, and especially of late, really nose to the grindstone, talking to some of our generators, TSDFs, hearing from them about this. And so the 6.5% number that you're seeing there, as noted in the white paper, is based on our assessment of facilities, of shipment types, and identifying a percentage that we felt was reasonable for transition. And kind of the big one that we looked at was LQGs that have one transporter and are making regular repeat shipments. And so that's a case where this is coming, the folks at every end. There are larger organizations that have a more technically, the staff has more technical resources, and that seems, based on our conversation with regulated industry and our experience with folks that have converted to larger volumes of electronic manifests in the past, as kind of the most likely beachhead for adoption. And so given those conversations, given our experience so far, that's what produced the number that you saw in the white paper, and what represents Steve's belief and that of the team that this is something we can make happen.
And I will just add to that later on in the agenda over the next couple of days, there is the opportunity for public comment, and then there are charge questions to the board. And those are great opportunities for the public and for the board to give feedback and input to EPA, especially on what EPA's priorities should be, is one of the focus areas of this meeting. And so to the extent that anyone has suggestions on what EPA's priorities should be, I look forward to hearing from you if you're a member of the public during the oral public comment period or submitted public comments. And for the board members, I am looking forward to the discussion of the charge questions and hearing your feedback. But looks like Jackie might have a question.
I do, and maybe this is more of a reference back to the prior section. But it was alluded to that that a lot of the cost of the data plus image option, potentially, or a lot of the cost of that likely comes from kind of a marginal number of manifests with errors that have to be triaged. What if, I forget if that was 5 or 10% that was kind of assigned to that kind of category. Has there been an analysis done of what cost is maybe attributable to that small percentage versus what the cost of data plus image is, if we could just try to attack or reduce that error percentage? Does that question make sense?
This is Steve Donnelly. So yeah, to answer your question, so the marginal cost for these images are part of the contract we have with our vendor for paper processing, and it's baked into their workload. So we have it's based on their analytics and all that. So this is our EPA error rate for these manifests is something around 10%. However, we're dealing with this from a national level. So this is not 10% equally distributed. This is, in other regions and other states, we have at SWAMO going on record saying that, based on their samples, some states say, half of every manifest they look at has errors. Some up to some of them up to 80%. So 8 out of every 10 manifests they look at has some sort of data quality error that is preventing them or requires them to do some extra work to get in their job. So there's no really unifying number on what to do other than what we have agreed upon for the marginal labor costs for estimated marginal labor costs per data plus image manifest. So we're assuming that some of the QA work will be like, oh, it looks like a J, but it's actually an I, and then some of them will be, oh, this manifest is completely not great. So it's sort of on a sliding scale, but $1.39 is sort of the average of per manifest that we would anticipate. Some will be easier, some won't even get looked at, some will be looked at or studied by future generations. There's so many errors.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. Let me pause for just another minute to see if anyone raises a hand. See if anyone thinks of any questions. Not seeing any. I want to acknowledge the great job of our EPA presenters today and our board members for their questions. We got through 88 slides of presentation on a faster schedule than we anticipated. So we have concluded the EPA presentation portion of the agenda. And Fred, do you want to give us a heads up on future excitement to come?
Sure. Thanks so much. First of all, I want to say thank you all for a very productive day one. As stated on the bottom of the agenda, it essentially says the agenda is a floating agenda. So, once we finish one item, we move on to the next, and thus we finish for the day because you all work so hard and very productive today. But as for the public comment period scheduled on the agenda for tomorrow, we want to keep that consistent. We don't want to start that early because I know for those that signed up, they've adjusted their schedules to be at the public comment period, and we want to make sure they're, able to be prepared and provide for the time slated for tomorrow. Just a quick note. And also I want to just say as a reminder, as stated on the agenda, the public comment period starts at approximately 10:15 a.m. The public meeting is going to start at 10 a.m. Please, for the oral public commenters, please show up at 10 a.m. right on time, just in case the oral public comment period starts a little early. So please, be on time. And if you have any questions, just feel free to email me in regards to your oral public comment period time and opportunity. As a reminder to the board, you were sent written public comments previous to this meeting. Please be sure to do your homework and review those public comments for your consideration before you deliberate on the charge questions. And can't think of anything else. Any last minute thing? Anybody speak up? Am I missing anything before we close out and adjourn for the day?
I can't think of anything.
Okay, neither can I. So thank y'all so much for a very productive day. Oh, one last note, as a reminder to the board, we're having our closed pre-meeting before the public meeting starts at 9:30 a.m. So please, and that includes also, EPA background, who's presenting. You feel free to join it at 9:30 a.m. just to make sure everything's working logistically on that end. And so thank you all so much. And we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Enjoy
Thanks,
the rest
everybody.
of your day.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank y'all.
Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. And goodbye.